Perhatian, sang putri merak yang tertiup angin. Aku Pavolia Reine dari hololiveID. Attention please, I'm Pavolia Reine from hololiveID Generation 2. How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing great. And welcome once again to our to our weekly, even though we took a little break last week. Welcome to our weekly The Great Ace Attorney. I hope you guys still remember what we do. And once again, you know, it's just a Great Ace Attorney thing. So apparently, depending on the cases, the home screen or whatever you call it, they always change according to the the case that we're doing. So yes, lupa ingat terakhir sampai mana. So yes. So for case 4, we did all of the investigations, I think. I hope it's all the investigations that we have to do. But we did the investigation, and today is supposed to be the trial of long story short, somebody got outside, and somehow, you know, this guy who is apparently, you know, because like we're overseas, right? This Japanese man who lives nearby. Apparently, like, he is the only witness, and you know, thanks to that, he became a suspect. Is that what you call it? You know, stab. Yes. Ghost in the PC gone? I guess so. It is gone. Now the thing is, it was like there this morning, and then, you know, I just like turned down the sound, right? And then, you know, when the stream ended, like I turned it back up, and nope, nothing's wrong. Nothing's going on. Yeah, Natsume Soseki. Yes. No one's talking about the guy that died in the fire for some reason. Damn. Oh yeah, we had that. Weird. Oh well, yeah, he's the only one in range of the victim, and Herlock found him. Yeah. Like, the thing is, I think like Herlock, the detective, like told him, like, you know, tell me the identity of that guy who was like on the scene, but then everybody else thought that he was the one who did it, so, you know, he's like, locked in the cell right now. And, you know, as a fellow Japanese person, aka, you know, also lawyer, Naruhodo is like, alright, you know, let's go, we're gonna do this. Yes. Okay. Did I hear identity? What do you mean, did I hear identity? I was actually singing identity the other day. What? Anyways, yeah. A fellow Japanese peafowl. Yes, also a guy who speaks in haikus. I don't know, somebody was like, I hear identity. I'm like, what? I mean, I was singing identity, like, to myself earlier. So, like, you know. Oh, you mean like, okay, I get it. I get it. You were making a pun thingy. No. Anyways, okay. So let's just start. We press any key, then we press continue. We can immediately go to, see, it says trial part 1. We can check out the court record and everything, and I think, you know, the court will also remind us about what happened in the investigation, I think. So yes, let's go. Since I missed all the previous streams, the recap is greatly appreciated. Basically, we're the protagonists. We after a life-changing event, like quite literally life-changing, somebody's life, not us, not ours, but, you know, like a life-changing event. We go to the Great Britain, and we are a lawyer? ? You know? And we just try to solve cases. I mean, we kind of have to. It's not like we're trying to, like, make a career here. It's because, like, if we don't do a lawyer job, then we can't stay, you know? A life-changing experience, you know? Yeah, anyways, can't spoil too much for those of you who want the beginning, but, you know, there's a playlist. If you guys have time and want to catch up after this, you can anytime. It's on my channel. But anyways, let's start playing from the safe data. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. And it could be life-changing. Welcome to the royalty. Yay. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Who, Mr. Diffa? Oh, it's you. Gosh. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can't feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mrs. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey. He stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now. In fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Oh god. I think today my tongue's like... My tongue's like... Oh, not warmed up for speech. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? Mundane murder, that's funny. That's the question the papers are asking. And they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you are friends with the Reaper! What? Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Hey, what's wrong with Deathbringers? Sometimes they're okay. I'm afraid that there is really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquire. Yeah, Naruhodo is like, we have 100% win rate. Like, why are you treating me like this? Me? Like, wonder who else has 100% win rate? Well, maybe the Reaper, but, you know. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness. Whoa, Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Not 100% because we kicked his ass, yeah? Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it is time. Let us go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. "10 a.m. So early. These court procedures are so early. How are these people waking so early? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed." What the heck? Sorry, what? "Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Well, yeah? Well, we kicked your ass. What does that make you? Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Man, he talks big for someone who just got his ass kicked. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sasato-san. After all, at our previous encounter in the city, the defendant was found to be innocent. Yum 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 yum. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. What? Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Wait, do you look familiar, or is it just me? Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh, just like me. Oh, whoa, it's her! I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zakes. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. Oh wait, no. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive this courtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh God, it's him. Your name and occupation, please. Fish and chips. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case of the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So you don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. Well, her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. Oh my gosh, it's a map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside the Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Pow! Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. A bit unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. The case file has been entered into the court record. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. I'm described looking Soseki-san, I suppose.
A common old garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the plate as evidence.
The jackknife has been entered into the court record.
Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume?
From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth mention, my lord.
I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim?
I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Ugh. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Oh my god. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have so soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir!
Witness testimony. Let's go. Mr. Natsume's arrest. So what does this say? Let me stretch for a little bit.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home for a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Old Brooks, you say?
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. I still can't decide what kind of voice to give the judge. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Whoa,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it.
What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. See, flashback for those who missed it.
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh my. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Huh, a green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? I can't decide her voice too. The defendant has done
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal. Counsel. Proceed, please. I don't know how to voice this guy. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Fish and chips. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred and there was an unusually light fog. Let's press everything. A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London, you could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. Tesk, how quaint.
Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of the year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Sasato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accursed. Lamented.
Visibility was reasonably good, there was no one else, but the wait, how do you know? Wait, let me just like... The victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed, and like, how do you even know? From behind, you say?
That's right, as you can see from this print.
Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less.
I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at parts. I was hopeful that she'd come round for the trial story so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
the accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close that one avenue of escape we might have had before we even know it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back?
That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop himself. Wait, let me just... The picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Canterbury earnings. Does it match?
Oh no, I can't see what book this is. I can't see what book this is, but he did buy like 3 books. Alright, cool. Yeah. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green female, early 20s. Roly beat. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by a reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. So this is where the incident is. Okay. Wait. Can we open this? Huh? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right! Well spotted, Mr. Sato! I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes! You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear! I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Okay, so that's what we know about the knife. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? You're unable to sway the jury during the okay, miss. Yeah. You're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency. Okay, cool. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
Books room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Okay, so that's very close. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accursed... No, why do I keep saying the accursed? Oh my god. The accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. A curse ain't wrong either. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Yes? Something like this. Yes. Local map information has been updated in the core record.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home for that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes,
Yes, I agree. Most important point that the inspector just made being... Shoot. Ha! Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue.
Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? What does sardonic mean?
He was on his way home from Bourbon Bucks.
Let's go! Time to present! Second-hand book receipt. Look at that. It says your books, not mine. Your. Let's go. Present.
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your books? Y-O-R-E, I presume?
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Eh? What?
Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place, so I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Wow, you're nameteruing the accused.
Objection.
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection.
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here. If that might be of help. Oh, yes. Thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it might be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely, it absolutely could be right.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east.
Well, so it's like, it's still possible, like, you know, it's still possible that, well, it's either, I mean, either way, he would probably have to, like, see the incident, you know? It doesn't make it, you know. It could have went both ways, but either way, like, you know, it doesn't really help his case.
And there you have it, as you can clearly see now.
Oh. Oh. Oh god. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus.
Put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to fill it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of Bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Oh my. Whoa! Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What I say, eh? I've had enough for this now. Of this now. Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. Well, what do you mean? If the prosecution assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. You must think. You must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but raise an objection, of course. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord, you can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. There we go. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what commonly referred to as the long way round. Well, so what? What if he wants to listen to music or something? On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Because, I don't know. Because he wants to listen to music? What music? The music in his head. The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, what if he needs to exercise? The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. What? Well, wait, what does that mean? No recollection?
That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. Today was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
Well, sure, wow, it's so helpful. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... They're like, I agree with Lord Van Zakes, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty. Okay.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty. I see. I forgot their voices already. It would appear the jury's leading is unanimous. Unanimous. I don't know. For now. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Corey, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated, if you will. Antiquated, I think. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay, this is very interesting. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity really admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful! I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Here are books, yes. Nice shop. That's... But poor books, no, not worth a visit. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. I'm just gonna use my regular voice for judge. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Yeah, it gets tiring. On my throat. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. Let's go. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Ow. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Yunosuke, you can do it. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, did he? He said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why, it can only have been a victim.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going on through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. The argument is compelling in simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well. For her. Oh shoot, no, not yet. I wanna press.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started force-seeking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young Harap pegged as criminals. Oh well, you know, water under the bridge. No, there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Huh? Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Nutsnake could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yeah, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Ah, I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim like that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone to the Calabash Road way, it would be different. I mean, maybe. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Sosik-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Oops. Wait, I want to press.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Giverdip, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room.
The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, do you understand?
He's keeping up that charade? This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? You'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean.
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. Oh, was it the letter I received? The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Well, I mean, you can't really ask that. Like, why does that have anything to do with anything?
Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just a sort.
What?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. Man never speaks. And don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb there or something. So awful.
Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got some work to be doing.
Hold it!
Why are you here then? A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life is on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, and there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. You're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn until dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? Oh, that's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. At that old bookshop it was. Oh, wow! What? Another coincidence? That's right, Mearsham Street it was. Oh! On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Yeah! So that's why he went the other way, because there's a thing. There's the guy's doing that. What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Tisk. Fine, I'll do it then. On the day having, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. Okay, you know, I want to press this guy just, you know, just for completions.
Hold it!
Huh? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after that dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. Oh! It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight! This happened on Calabash Road. Uh-oh, that's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. I'm sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume or anything. Of anything, that's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them against each other. Okay. I'm gonna pit this guy.
Hold it!
Ah! I pressed the wrong thing. Wait, how do I like auto how do I skip text again? I forgot. How do I skip text? I forgot. Escape? Oh yeah, okay. Okay. This, right? I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. The man wouldn't have got around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Yes.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Eh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir. Oh, what do you mean?
Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's being said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Briar Road.
Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. And, as for why our guy don't understand anything, don't remember anything, I think like he slipped on ice, just like the old guy did. Like, that's what I think right now, but I don't know. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around in the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes. I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Woo! Our logical guy! Oh my god, someone logical in this courtroom. Oh, what about you, sir? Hey, who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Ooh, nice! And now it's somewhat, no, not equal, yet. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, that was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On the summation examination, please. I have to say not guilty at this point so I can see where this trial goes from here. Yes. Because in her assumption, the woman in green collapsed before his eyes can... What if it's him? Like, they look so... Look at... Wait, hold on. Court record. They look so similar! Look! Look, they look so similar! They're both very round and wearing green and wearing both also wearing a very similar looking hat. So... I'm gonna try this. Because, I mean, it is established that, he went through the other road and
You know, this woman still assumes that he went through the other road. You know, the not Calabash. So I'm gonna try to hit her against like, ooh, I fell guy.
Objection!
Objection! Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? Ooh, sweating. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. What he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right! I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Why do you gotta say hard of hearing? Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on this end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, oh no, not him. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, you know precisely where the old man in the green coat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Prior Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot, old man! If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have bossed this hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? It is a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, huh? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume. Oh my goodness, you see like the other part of her, the puffy part of like her outfit? I thought it was like part of her chin. Like, cause I wasn't paying attention, like I saw like her chin was like protruding like to the side. Like, not the side, I guess, like forwards. Thank you! And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Wow! He's so mad. Ooh, noise, 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 noise. Let's go! Well, that's
summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes, 2. The nose, 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Yeah, sure you would object. Well, do something about it then.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks?
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Entertainer?
Eh?
Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir?
That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me a measly 2p for it.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
Shoot, man. I don't know. Sorry. Eastern entertainer moment. I'm sorry, guys. How much is 2 yards? What? What? In meters, guys. 2 meters? A little under 2 meters? Okay. At least 3 babies. Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry guys, we use the superior metric system. Haha, just a silly Eastern entertainer moment.
2 yards is, she tells us, a little less than 2 meters.
What? She says the exact same thing as you.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor, I don't know. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your works?
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any folk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see.
What the hell? What?
I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Ah. Is that true? Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
No, shut up! You're wrong! Like, just accept it. Stop that.
An old man.
Cold man? You can talk?
You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at that time?
Oh, I can't say as I remember. I mean, of course it don't. Like, you walk and someone's behind you. Like, do you care? Like, no.
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw.
And then, yeah, there was the fog too. Like, what the hell?
But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Yeah, Fan Zeeks is just like pulling, like, he's just BSing. Like, what even is this? Wager. Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself!
My lord, if
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? Yeah. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. No, shut up. Like, stop bullshitting. Like, if you can't do it, then just close your mouth, like, for once. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. I mean, true. He's telling the truth about that. My hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. Wow, very review starlighty. My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Witnesses? 2, 3. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses? Mr. Donahodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Oh my gosh. Yes, I remember one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. If this is Review Starlight, why would he throw away his cape? No, he subconsciously remembers that he lost. He subconsciously realizes that he lost. Alright, no matter who Fancy brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle is over. Nice. Oh gosh, who are you? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Who the heck is this? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
And I'm Mrs. Pete. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from a rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing, duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I had collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! Witness testimony, let's go. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
You lie! Wasn't there fog? She's the Mojidori type. Totally. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I would say. Huh. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true... You said they were just silhouettes. Fog or clear... Yeah, silhouette or clear as day. Choose one. The alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because the alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London's Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They're testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Nah. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
2 silhouettes?
That's right. They were coming towards us and walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. He was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at this time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. They're patrolling. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor and then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time, but then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see. Old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them around where the victim laid on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. We have color? That's so amazing.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. Well, we saw him. It was the man in the dock, without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right! He looked down at that poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir!
We ran straight over, of course, and then waited for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional...
What?
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, did he?
Ah, yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husbands about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Ow. What? Ah, yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene of Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. If that's true, where does it leave us? Stretching time! The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! What do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here...
What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. If you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Man.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. B?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Man in uniform. Oh, what? Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh, oof! Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly allude to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest. After spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir, prove that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to us, policemen, of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come to it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot of being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Oh,
Pat!
oh, Rolly! Oh, what a charming couple! Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps? And then kindly describe what happened next. Okay, we don't actually know.
Hold it!
Where is this police box?
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
Oh no, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Oh god, stop with the neck. What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point, but Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Bates. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of a considerable importance. That's why I said Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Where is it? Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box where the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved with the actions of 2 model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Ow! This is so painful. Yes, sir, what Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know! What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one!
Whoa.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Mr. Speed.
No, it won't do it all! That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rowling will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. By that, appease you.
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Oh, he's sleeping again.
I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he...
4 books?! I still wanna press though. Like, I wanna see what she has to say about it.
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest.
Oh my god.
He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beach, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was a picture of Monster Somebody or Other, and what's it, Yearnings? Then there was, a meal for someone, and the last was one definitely the Thin Gummy Something.
What? Yearnings, a meal. Yeah, the Thin Gummy Something, that's not ours. Thin Gummy Something is not ours.
You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along these lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Oh my god, so extreme. Oh. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? same statement, don't worry. Okay, let's present this. Secondhand bookshop receipt.
Objection!
So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monster Somebody What's the Earrings, a meal for someone, and the thing gummy something.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speed. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be! I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books.
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. What if there are 4? And one's like obstructed by the body.
But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them.
No, madame. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon.
So it cannot be denied.
Oops, wrong voice. That though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. What if it's the old man?
Oh no! No!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of what? So you're striving to avert attention from that by a dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh!
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. Uh-oh.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? Was it really obscured? Was it really obscured by the body? Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say? Oh, allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. See? Oh my gosh, what did I say? The Lion's Pride. Wait, but it's a different book. It says like the thab the dadu. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Yeah, the lion's thing, it's the book we saw at home, right? She only got the correct order.
There! You see? Look at that! Look!
Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
studied the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Speed, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. Picture of monster somebody or other.
The picture of Monster Lake Cog. Ow!
What's it, earrings?
Canterbury earrings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minutes. Oh, but what about the fourth book? Mrs. Speed's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. What about the fourth book, Patricia? Yes, sir, flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Speed mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. Wait, it's burnt though. It's the book from upstairs. Remember when the wife was like raging? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. No, it doesn't! The victim was holding her own book. I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. A book entitled The Lion's Pride! The prosecution rests. The book has been badly burnt. You're right, you'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Ah, a book, recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Okay. Can we open it? No. Can we, Okay, there's nothing we can do with this aside from noticing that it's burnt. I have nothing further to add. You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination? Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Spurious. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. No! This trial has run its course. No? Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Grinoski, think. What do you do now? I don't know. Raise an objection?
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense. No! You failed. No! The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Huh. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. Aw, poor girl. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo! One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. Yeah! So the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is as why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well, the defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight to this case and has hitherto been unlooked. This one, right? I mean, this one, I guess. One last chance, wait, let me just do this too. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute, The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too, yup. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my, Lion's Pride. See? The Lion's Pride, and look at that, the back part. It's the same book. This is the same book. Eyelashes. Okay.
Take that!
What? Okay, no music stop, but there's like pop-up, so it's correct. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance had been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. What? When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Yeah, like, duh. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means we may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, Counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? Like here? I don't know. Do you see the flaking edges of the burn pages, Mr. Naruhodo? I think that's a sure sign that the damage occurred relatively recently. Yes, the book damaged in a recent fire. That rings a bell. Okay, let's go.
Got it!
I would ask the courts to observe the back of the book in question. Back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? What of it, my Nihonese friend? Do you mean that people aren't allowed? It's wrong? You mean it's wrong to just like, stroll around like carrying burnt books? Is that it? Do you think it's wrong? Am I at fault for doing that? No. What are you trying to say, my friend? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damages some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage the story tomb has suffered? Its owner? I think it's its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals startling truth. The music sounds like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? About the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But you already know who the book belongs to.
Ow! The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. Who wants to not go to jail? However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? This guy. Right? Not the woman.
Take that!
Susato! No, Susato! The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house? Oh, I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You
implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. Oh, I learned that word a lot in the game. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Great to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know? The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up swell. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, with the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord! Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrett was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames.
How awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you really?
Absolutely not, sir. Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Well, I mean, there's the neck thing, too. Pot kettle, etc.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case.
But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. And the wife started hurling things at me. Here was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious. Are you suggesting the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surroundings area was conducted by the very evening of the incident. And there is no report of the Garredeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garredeb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. I mean, well, you know, you're just saying that. Ah. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? You earnestly claim that the book found at the scene of the flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garredeb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough! Who?
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tip set the whole neighborhood. Alright, a lied? Honestly, implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? That's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. To right.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and who ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right. It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry, what's that?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Oh my god, that's Kelly! Oh god. Oh my god, that's her, alright. That's her leg thing. Oh. Quick, rain of feet, calm your heart. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, so study them on your own time. I see. Okay. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time. In this case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Oh no!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
I love how the sound pans from left to right. That's a really cute, that's a really funny detail. Thank you for that, and response. That's twice now, it's over! Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examinations. Yo, part 2, let's go! You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. Oh my goodness. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. Huh. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Susato, more like Susastall. Focus, Rain, don't let your mind be clouded by feet. Let's save. Okay. I think we should take like a 5-minute break. I don't know. I think it's still like a good time to continue, right? We've only played for like 2.5 hours less than. Snack break. Okay, guys, I will be right back. I am back. Hello. Mac and cheese is pasta. Oh, I like mac and cheese. You guys like mac and cheese? So we're continuing, alright? I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. Let me eat some spicy, but not really spicy. So there's this really powdered, this like powdered spice, but they're like only level 2 and they taste like shrimp and they're delicious. Mm. Mm. Wait. So council, you'll know. Ow, ow, ow. Oh my god, what is happening? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what is happening. Oh my god. So council, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely to the court. I'm trying to get something out. Okay. I almost fell. Oh my god. The grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The grounds. Okay. Wait, guys, sorry. I need to do something very important. Wait, sorry guys, I need to do something very important. It's okay. I got something stuck between my keys, and I was trying to like. And I was trying to fix it. Okay. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. The grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The jurors' contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. This is so heavy. Let's autoplay first. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not. Dearie me. It was only a little book, hardly left threatening. Even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. What? With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts. Even to the things other people say. The defense's rebuttal. The accused left behind evidence at scene. Those 3 books of his.
Hold it!
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, he said. Fiery. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else where it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. No. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing really left to say. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. Well, what if there's a fire? You wouldn't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. And what's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Yeah, number 3 is like the most logical guy. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
What? Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is, certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mr. Scaradid.
Poor guy. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. Well, but what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. I mean, he also needs to have money. Who's gonna feed his family? Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with me tonight... Why is my straw like this? Oh my god. Oh no, I think my straw is falling apart. Because I left this drink for so long. You'll find me floating face down the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me? My missus isn't one to miss about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me. Oh, so... That's why he's used to it. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, Do you know it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Oh! Oh wow, what? Why can't you remember? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Oh my gosh. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. P will ever be dragged to the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Sasato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Oh, fire. This guy had a fire a while ago. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry?
What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top. I did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. I mustered all of my puff to blow them up. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Oh my gosh, what? The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. Yeah, of course. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave. It did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. Uh-oh, I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. So sad. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're gonna need to pit them against each other. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just the connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything pans out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. I'm gonna pit the number 3 guy and the old man again.
Objection!
These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. Do you? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me! What's that you say?
Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrido household. And Mr. Garrido had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, look at her.
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Oh my gosh, she's drinking so much. The never ending. Mrs. Garrideb.
How dare me? What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it is inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved bug battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. You simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement. You mentioned it. Yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten. But it's true. Let's press this. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. Are you sure about that? That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking. And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, rational, logic, would you say? Rational, more like Ray, overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too if only I could. New fads such as subtle racism. Oh my god. So sad. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young ladies. Sasato, no! Right, I'm glad you omitted rational there. Dang. Well, should I press you then? Okay, I'll press... I don't know who I should press. Did I press her? I don't know, I forgot. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know?
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less... Oh, what? The title of it?
Whoa, what's up?
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Granny?
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett over the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got him back home after work like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I've just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny has dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh. The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me it did. About 1 inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know? That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy bags that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Oh shoot, what if like... Oops, oh no, what if... Oh no! Oh, I just thought of something real bad. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Mr. Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Susato. Well, you know, Susato with your Susato takedown, I mean... No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. What do you think is civilized? Throwing people? At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. Oh my god. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me. Let's try this. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. Eh? What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
Beanpole? I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, Perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. What? You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garritive household up to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4. Mrs. Garritive.
What? What now? I must apologize in advance. Oh, sorry.
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing?
That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garritive were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garritive was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? No, maybe like she was like still alive and like she picks it up, but then the next one was oof. Huh, even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Ooh. Trick shot! Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. She is alive. Yeah, she is alive. Wait, did I say she died? Did I say she died? Sorry, no, she's alive. She's in the hospital. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Yes, I did. Sorry. Oh my. I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't say anything about that, right? I mean, I guess that's why, like, if it ends this way, it's acceptable because, like, you know, like, she didn't die, I guess. Like, you know, because, you know, if it's, like, a really wild accident and the person dies, it just, like, kind of sucks, you know? Schrodinger's death. Mrs. Garritive, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, oh! What? Are we gonna get a new Sprite? Or not? My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. The old man just doesn't hear, I guess. The old man's just like not keeping up? Or something? Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. My gosh. What follows is so repugnant. I don't know, man. How do you pronounce that? It's good for nothing. Save the gutter. Yeah. Van Zieks coping and seething. So sad. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garideb's house to the scene is yes, 15 yards, my goodness. What's that in meters? Let me see, 15 yards? That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. Yeah, and as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous, I don't know, man, word, and what significance? The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? Ugh. And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. No, you can say STFU to him. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Susato. Yeah, we have established that the lady is very strong, right? Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. Susato mad. I would be mad too. My lord, may I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leading. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garideb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. A cross-examination of a juror? Susato just said, yeah, and? Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Oh my gosh, second bottle. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zieks. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. Huh? If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it. Then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. But what, weren't they just like, weren't the guy sleeping and the lady like going to the post office? Not post office, police box. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well,
Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
a month. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, really? My hero! You make me swoon!
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
What?
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir!
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word.
We were sleeping.
You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett's house are top-hinged casements. I don't know what that means.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Oh, top hinge is like, oh, so it's like you open it. I get it. Yeah. I get what you mean.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Ah, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir.
Sorry, but...
What exactly is a top hinge casement with...
Man. Sorry, another Eastern entertainer moment, everybody.
You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course, sorry.
Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room.
We're really being represented. I know, I was like, man. Oh, shoot! Okay, I see. Yeah. I mean, I do have that, but I just don't know what... Okay. Sorry, Eastern entertainer. Sorry, it's the new way of saying like, oh, sorry, English is not my first language. My windows are like that, yeah. Not exactly like that, but like they're kind of opened from the bottom like that, like you get it right. I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Whoa, okay. In other words, if a book or enough were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Well, then how did the book get there then? Oh shoot! Oh no! I poured too much chili! This case is just Ame listing off things Rainy doesn't know. I'm sorry, I'm an Easter entertainer. No. see the problem then? Good, your education in Windows is complete. Thank you, Van Zeeks. There was never any possibility of either the book or the now traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane has been shattered, something we've discounted already.
Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? Counselor, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, let's go. Okay, this straw is not functional anymore. I'm just gonna have to like drink it like I'm drinking water off a glass.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Yeah, what? He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of common man. It's what the job's all about. Wait, I'm out of chili. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Oh, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrido? I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of my time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrido's domestic dispute can be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. Okay? I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. What? Okay. Thank you. I'll try. Let's check the new evidence. Sorry guys, I'm eating. Chili! So sad! Because I have to finish it, they're on my hand. Okay. I think this is useful. This second page might be useful. I'm gonna wash my hands. Oh, I forgot to mute. I mean, that's fine. So spicy. I thought you liked spicy. I like spicy if they're like not too spicy. If they're not too spicy, I'm okay. If they're like super spicy, then Spicier than fanfic, yes. Din, 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 din. Milk? I don't have milk. Sorry guys, I'm trying to like put stuff on my board. I think this is upside down. Okay. Bread can help. Okay, I have water. I have only water, that's fine. The case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. You see, the windows are...
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? And if a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd see a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It surely seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? But... Oh, but on any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are explored. Oh, okay, so that's why he doesn't have like an obligation. A policeman. Okay. Yeah, like, cause like the officer that's supposed to be guarding, like, not him, right? See, if it had been on Rolly Speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, really?
Gosh. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes.
But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
Why? I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. The spurned copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Gerardep household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment he arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Gerardep without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Gerardep if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Gerardep's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And there was Mrs. Gerardep's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something. I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes. Should I present here? It's like, it's rules, right? Let me just try to... Oh, shoot. Let me see what I haven't pressed.
Hold it!
For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-page casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrido's house is furnished with? Oh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh! But that's not your...
Excuse me.
Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. You really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's feet. It was so close, you see? Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's feet and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable beat. Yeah, he's not following rules. Cause it's supposed to be like the other police, right? That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrido household yesterday. Your house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close, then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. The Garrido household is on your beat. Does that mean that the pavement next to you, it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrido's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. Wait. Eh? Wait, so... No. That wasn't his area, but he says it was his area, so does that mean like the woman was like... Does that mean the woman wasn't like there after all? It would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. That's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have the information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Oh. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. And now it's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Oh, God, his neck. Mrs. Speed, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wise words counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Speed.
Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. You didn't take? No, nothing strange. Okay. Is this new?
Hold it!
Nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw what I did that evening. I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene.
Ah.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
Oh, very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He never gets so cross. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Constable Beat, is there a problem? Oh gosh. No sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, that's all. You mean Mrs. Speed lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. She was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, really? You're such a tease. But the reason it was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry? What bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and half pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
What? Yes, how romantic.
I've forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Ah! Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise...
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. I have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it in your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Vansik is just so gone. You see that, the creases on his forehead?
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
They keep updating. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When you ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
The body was moved! In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
No, you didn't! No! No, she didn't! And then I don't know, like, I think I know what happened.
Although I'm going to claim the bouquet this time, I can't think of how it got there. I really can't.
Yeah, like, I think, like, you know how she's, like, bad with directions? Yeah, that thing is, like, being taken advantage of. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly brought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet? Do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose? Oh my god! Oh no!
Oh. Oh! Yes! Yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. Well, okay, well, I guess it all lines up. In front of the Garadeb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Find a woman who appreciates you like her, at least she's giving it her all. True, though. True. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, but what if, Mr. Van Zieks?
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record. So sad.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Bates. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
If it had been on Rolly speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got lost in the way. Okay. Oh, please. I love it. It's like, oh, Pat, oh, Rolly, oh, please. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty. I'm thinking on which comment. It's very stylish paper the flower is wrapped in. It looks so exotic. Oh, if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato with English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. What? I guess, you know, there's really nothing in this in this rose, I guess, but it's just you know, there's really nothing in this rose. It's just like it's to be presented as evidence, probably. Oh, I'm just gonna like do it. Exotic, an English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. This is a rose, isn't it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly. But I know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out to learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. Okay, I know it's kind of time to show the warrant card, but dang, where? Dang, where? Like, I know what happened. Like, I told you guys, right? Like, oh, I think I know what happened, and so and so and so and so. But again, it's like a moment of like trying to do it the game in such a way that the game understands. Strike a decisive blow. Okay, so which comment though? I think I might have... Yeah. Yeah, we pressed this. And then we saw this. Yeah, and then she came back. And then when she comes back, like, basically the body's at a different place than where she dropped the rose. See, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. So it's like, either the body was so it's like, so it was found. So it's like, at first, so it was wait. So first, is it at Rolly's? It's not at Rolly's, right? It's not at Rolly's at first, but then it got moved. Like, I know what happened, but it's like, which evidence? Yeah, case is solved, I just need to... Maybe this? And it's like, wait, isn't it not part of your jurisdiction? But then like... And then maybe they will start telling us... they will start revealing to us what happened. Other way around. It was on his feet and then wasn't. I guess so, yeah, and then they were like... So like if we do this, I didn't take my eyes, and then we're like, wait, but wasn't the thing found not in your beat? So why are you doing that? And then they will have to explain. This is our best bet, I think. This might be our best bet because I think this is the statement that's closest to it. So I think... I don't know. I could try. I mean, we still have like 5 lives. It doesn't really matter, I guess.
Objection!
Oh no, it's wrong. It's wrong. updated map, we don't have it. So I'm assuming it's not necessary. Shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Speed to drop the rose where she stood. You see some of the windows on the top floor. Because if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Leave the scene to go and fetch help. My trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Dang, I mean...
Like, this is just like to support a statement. We're supposed to find contradictions. Nothing strange to report. Then maybe present the rose here? Because like probably like, if you didn't think it was gone, then what happened? Wow, how did the rose move?
Objection!
Oh shoot. Okay, nice. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. Oh yeah, now you're pretending to be asleep.
What do you mean to say?
Yeah. In your testimony just now, Mrs. Spade, you explained to the court. But when you arrived back at the scene of a crime with a policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. Considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. Your bouquet. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There is no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? Wettering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh god, Mrs. Garrideb's come around.
You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb.
But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard that term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? They want to go celebrate their anniversary? I don't know.
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Is him, a devoted London bobby who witnessed the incident while taking down the street with his wife of a year, Patricia. Wait, I want to check the descriptions. You know, she looks like Budew, the Pokemon. Oh, she's so proud of her husband. That's so sweet.
Take that!
No. Okay. There's only one. Okay. I'm sorry, my lord. I was just taking a moment to get things straight in my mind. Or that moment was... no? Okay. Oh, okay. Not Sasato? Okay. What you were thinking is right. She's like, what you were thinking is right, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, you mean? Oh, you mean? Are you implying something, Sasato? There is only one person who had the opportunity to tamper with the scene of a crime. I thought so! Okay, we need an answer. Okay. Let's do it for real.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable B would have seen him do it.
Oh.
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Oh, well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of a crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive of this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. By the way, did they ever offer a motive for Natsume stabbing the victim other than he's Japanese? No. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell.
where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. Yeah, and also he's hunchback and he has a mustache.
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
But you know, that's the thing. The wife was like, "Ooh, oopsie, it's my wrong sense of direction again." But actually, she was right. You know? Or like... If that's your assertion that the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend.
It's like, oh, so strange. I wonder why.
Like, you know, like... And then she doesn't question it because, like, you know, she believes that, you know, she has, like, an awful sense of direction, super. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? It's here.
Take that!
But that's... Yeah, she remembered the book, so, you know, her sense of direction might be bad, but it's like, her memory's totally fine. And it's like she remembered like the 4 books. I don't know, man. What the 4th book was like kind of weird though.
On the opposite side of the road? I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down from the open window above. Your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Yeah, what's with the thin gummies? I don't know.
Objection!
Yeah, she's like, oh, like husband says I have a bad sense of direction.
But you know, there's not really. Like, yeah. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. These witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw him with my own eyes.
Yes, you did. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. Is Rain is oohing her way out of trouble. I'm having so much fun voicing her.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beep then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you're away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. Her voice matches her too well, honestly. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Ziek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road, because there's no way they can see. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you are the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Yeah, he's like totally like, I haven't slept for a month. Oh my god! And then they're having their anniversary and stuff, and suddenly, ooh, dead-end surprise! I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. Van Zeeks looks so done. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly!
Oh my. The beats are really radiant skin, ooh, and sleep deprivation all over.
What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, really? Why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a poor corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Oh, wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. So sad. Have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime.
Not a corpse, not a crime.
I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
What if I'm half Japanese? And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? This anniversary bouquet, right?
Take that!
I realize that I am a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is so completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. when he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Pete puts up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? So sad. Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. Man, this guy really can't get a break. It was all to do with the boundary of your beats. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street, and then... Oh, man. Man, it's just like really unfortunate. Oh, he's crying. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh no, like he must have felt so awful too, you know, because like he's like a super good, like he like really admires like the whole like policeman thing, and he like takes pride in his job, and it's like so awful. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rowley. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh,
Of course I did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Roly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely. 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gerdev household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, so that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? What if it's the Timigugu that she said? The thin gummy something something, and like somebody stole the book? Remember, you know, cause like remember when this girl, like, she was asked, like, okay, what are the books? And then it was the 3 books that belonged to Mr. Natsume, and the 4th one was called The Thin Gummies something. Interesting. I thought this one's going to conclude. Well, so far, nothing has, no case is like concluded. Like, I mean, it's concluded in the sense that yes, okay, Mr. Natsume is not guilty, but as for the actual truth of the case, I don't think anything has been, you know, concluded so far. Like, you know, what happened to so and so.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over to the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Oof. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say... Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Oh, sir! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third-party transplant to the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord, nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. What?!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Yo, what? Forgive me for being presumptuous. But I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Sakes, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated this crime. What? Who? Who? You?
Take that!
Susato! Sorry, I forgot. Should be Susato, huh? Damn. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again. Why is it like a running joke that it's Susato? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garideb. Me? Me? Oh, dearie me!
Objection!
The animatronics tend to get a bit quirky at night. That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garideb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and then I say, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and throw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yeah.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. I think Van Zieks is like super sick of everything now.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garideb.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Then take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
She's so annoying. I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garrideb. And I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joanie. Nothing to worry about now. I think it's the husband. Oh!
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't ya?
What about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garrideb.
Yes, sir.
Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. Quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British courts. So many couples in the court? What? Oh, okay. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once! Witness testimony. The Battle of Garrideb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon headed out though and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Lunato and Solrock are responsible in Putu's death. No, she's not dead! But also what? It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself,
is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such as surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Banshee smells may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. The Battle of Garidib.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over, set fire to the carpet, soon headed out and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed one or two went missing.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing safe, really. Rather partial to a sort of carving, you see, pies and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leatherwork.
Sorry to say we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and fork.
Now, Joanne, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Ah!
Oh my goodness, what? Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course. But still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses.
Sir!
If that bally thing in the victim's bag really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Hold it!
They have no intention.
Wait, no, we have to prove, about the tip of the knife. About the tip of the knife. I hope they will say something like that. Even though there's no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent?
Objection!
You forget, my Nipponese friend. It has yet to be established and the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. We'll leave her some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in this world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. Oh my gosh. Reminds me of Emma. Emma's one of my favorite characters in the whole Ace Attorney thing. That this knife found in the victim's bag was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garidib's house. Ugh, if only I could translate this whole incident to several years in the future. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new. But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident. Guys, we've been playing for like 4:30. Do you think we should continue next time? I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. Okay, I'm pretty close to finishing, but like just a heads up, I'll probably have to like arrange a separate stream for donation reading because I haven't read the donations for like 2 streams. So I might have to like read donations like either tomorrow or next week. This seems like it never ends. I don't know. I know. Cause like, you know, I know this is the last segment, but like, you know, how long will it take, right? Yeah. It would clinch this trial for us. Yeah, the cases are really long. Like, even if you solve it, there's always like the aftermath, like the whole after dialogue and stuff. Yeah. 4 hours each. We've streamed for like 4:30. Yeah, ending usually still take near an hour. Yeah, that's the thing. Yes. They're really stretched out. Like, you find out, you know, you'd think that it's soon, right? This is the last part, yeah, but then like there's like still a lot of dialogues anyway. So you know what? I'm just gonna save right now. You know. Okay. Yeah, Lord Van Zeeks is so tired of it, you know? So sad. Yeah, you are reading the lines out loud. You probably read faster in your head without saying it. I know! But, you know, if I do that, I might as well not stream, right? That's the thing. And I think also that's why people, like, kind of underestimate how long it takes. Because, you know, reading in your head is, you know, it's really fast if you read stuff in your head. But if you read out loud, oh, it's gonna add so much. Even Lord Van Zeek just wanted to end this. I know, I noticed. I noticed. Yes. But anyways, I mean, I find it fun, but you know, it does take time. So you know, like, I mean, like, if you remembered, this game was like probably like 4 hours per case. Well, maybe it's like, oh yeah, 4 hours, but if you're not reading it out loud, right? In his case of 21 bottles is running dry. We're gonna like make Van Zeek's, you know, replenish his wine supply. But I mean, yeah, I guess. Thanks for the stream. Thank you. Yes. Let me just go back to title because we saved. Oh wait, did we save? Yes, we did, right? Okay, wow, look at that! Now we're in the trial, in the courtroom. Let's go. But yeah, anyways, guys, thank you for coming. And so today's, because we ended up playing pretty late, donations will be read next time. Although because we haven't read like 2 streams, donations of 2 Isotony streams, I'm just thinking of like doing it separately. In a stream, like maybe like a tiny donation reading stream. Just to, like, clear the backlog. I know that it's only what, a few streams, but it's better than losing stuff. Yes. But yeah, I guess, you know, 4 hours. I mean, I guess it's nice. The next time we can finish this and then enter a new case, which is nice, I guess. But yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, no, thank you for sticking. And yeah, thank you for understanding. Chapter 5 is really long, almost 10 hours. Well, then we gotta prepare. But yes. It's been entertaining. Yeah, thank you. And I'll see you guys next time. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow, but at least I'll see you next week. With an interesting schedule. Well, a lot of things happening next week, I guess. But yeah. Thank you so much. Terima kasih perhatiannya. Thank you very much for your attention. Salam merakyat, everybody. Bye bye.